cereals have real strawberries and almonds and are made with whole grain. Doing something for yourself has never tasted so great. Special K. Real ingredients, real delicious.
And there we go, the microphone is on. Welcome everyone, glad to have you all on board tonight. Happy Friday to you, and it is November the 4th, 2022. And it's time for VolcanoX, a live stream. And of course I'm your host, DrFox2000. And wow, interesting day today, but not interesting enough. Anyway, welcome to all of you out there, and we are going to get going at things pretty quick here. We'll start out by giving out some cookies, and it was Hermione who got the cookies by an H. Grandma B was a very, very close second. So Grandma B is going to get a cookie too. And there we go. It was like I said, it was by an H. She got in there just before. So at least on my screen, that's how it worked. And anyway, glad to have you guys on board. And hopefully everybody is good and having a happy Friday. And let's get into things by saying hello to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, a Piggy, a C&D Boy, and possibly Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields hiding in the background perhaps. So good to have you all on board. And we'll get at saying hello to all of the wonderful people in here. We'll start out with Grandma B, and then we'll add Sarah Rockland and Hermione Schaefer, of course, who got the cookies, Hermione and Fluffy. And then, of course, we've got Dave Kruk in the house, as well as Kirst is here, and Sarah Miles, welcome. Sue Hayes is here. Henry Nelson, Philomena, welcome. Yvonne Kunkel is here. Ray is here, welcome. And John Raper also made it in. King Colin Dedman, also in the house. Lizoid is here, and thank you, Lizoid, for that wonderful $20 super chat right at the beginning there. It did not go unnoticed, okay? Thank you very kindly for your support. Also, thank you to Oz for gifting one free membership to someone. Haven't seen who got it yet, but hopefully those people who don't have membership yet, hopefully you've got your gift acceptance thing turned on, and you might get that free membership there. And let's keep going up the list here to look for other good people. Let's see, we got John already, got Hermione. Juliet is in the house, welcome. And we got Oz, thank you. And scrolling up here looking for other wonderful names. Storm Chaser 1211 also here, good to have you on board. And I'm going up some more looking for others. And looking, and still looking. As I scroll up, sometimes it's hard to, there's so many names in here, of course, and trying to read through every one of them is difficult sometimes. especially when you're scrolling backwards or upward and trying to find them in the chat. But it's all good. We don't mind doing this. We got Henry already, and chatty bunch you are, though, which is really good, though. Gonna go up and scroll up some more here. Tom Dice won't be in tonight. He's busy. Apparently a water main broke out in front of the church, and he's having to deal with water damage, unfortunately. So he's kind of busy. Just figured I'd throw that in while I'm scrolling up looking for other names. And so far I haven't seen any other ones here. All the same people chatting. Oh, there's one, Judy McClelland. Welcome. Glad to have you here. And still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful names that we can shout out. Tetra is in the house, and Tetra renewed and got her 10th month of membership today. And that is awesome. Thank you for that support, Tetra. And Sherry Hewitt also here. Derek Shave also in the house. And going up a little bit more, OFU Lux from Luxembourg flew in. Welcome. And I am up as far as I can go. And there we go. Get back down to the bottom, see who else I missed. Kevin Haynes, welcome. Glad to have you here. And did I miss anyone else down on the bottom here? Scrolling back a little bit to see. And Ray says oink. No worries, Ray. That's awesome. Just double checking here. And I don't see any of the other names, so good for now. And as they come in, we'll nail you. Anyway, if I didn't say your name, I'm not trying to do that on purpose. I do scroll up fairly quickly. Sometimes I miss one or two or three or even five, depending on what day it is. And that's how it actually goes. So not a big deal, but we do try to say hello to everyone, like Tom, who just came in. Welcome, Tom Truelove. And let's see, did I miss anyone else sneaking in? They go right into the lounge for the cookies and pizza, of course, and that happens. Anyway, let's get at things. We have things to look at, things to talk about. We'll take a look and see what is actually happening in Iceland. First off, we'll turn off that canned lava and the little date below there, and we'll get rid of the banner. And then I'll get myself on the right screen. And there we go. Got the mouse on there. Looking not bad in Iceland, the capital city of Reykjavik. And it wasn't a bad day there. Also, well, I guess going back about 7 hours, it's a good spot to go back to. We'll see what it looks like. There we go. A little bit on the I guess dreary side with the cloud work up above, but hey, that's Iceland for you. Anyway, these shots are from the Perlin Center, and yes, that is their live streaming video. If we go to the other ones here, by the way, the airport is here, the local or regional airport, if you want to call it that. I'm going to pop over to the other shot. That's also from the Perlin Center, and that gives a little different perspective to the area. And of course you can see downtown there, and that is what it is looking like right now, or it did 7 hours ago, I should say. And not very much snow up on those hills up there. I think they need some more snow there, don't they? We see some in the far hills in the back here, but we know that's a different area, a little higher elevation, so they do get a little bit of snow. Going to put that one back on live. We'll pop over and have a look at Katla real quick. And of course, right around 7 hours ago or so, it looked pretty cloudy there. If we go back a little bit further, about 11 and a half hours ago. We can see it, and there is Katla over there, the snow-covered area, and that is what they were seeing this morning. That's what we would have seen if we would have been there. And again, you notice the kind of a golden hue on everything, and that's because the sun is just not up very high. It is that time of year, of course, and the sun, hanging fairly low, creates some long shadows, as you can see in the foreground here and stuff like that. So anyway, that's what Katla is looking like. It is a nice scene, but I don't know, not very good. Let's back up a little bit more. Yeah, it really doesn't make much of a difference. We do see those ice fields in the background, definitely. But let's put that back to live, and of course the only thing you see are the lights down there. So we'll pop that back onto one of the other shots here. Zipping over, hey, Alba Girl is here. Welcome, Alba Girl. And we'll zip over and have a look at the harmonic tremor chart. Of course, we're going to start out with the one at Fragedalfjall. And of course, that is our favorite area, because that is where Ragnar came from, and Bob, and all the other ones, Flo and Hell and Sif, etc., etc. And on the YP, what? Huh? I'm just trying to think of what that is supposed to be, with the funny little hyphen over the John, you're not making any sense. On the YP, okay, on the up, yeah, that makes more sense. Up, I see it. And we did have one little spike in here, a little quake in the area. We'll see where that came from, but that's almost, well, what kind of triggered the upward thing, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, we do see it heading up, and that is always nice, but, let's not hold our breath, because we know better. And we'll see what happens. I mean, you can keep your fingers crossed and your toes crossed and your legs crossed and your arms crossed, but don't expect an eruption. Anyway, let's scoot up and take a look at Astja and see what is happening there as far as the harmonic tremor chart is concerned. And Astja, again, in the earlier morning, it was very active, and we had a fairly large quake there, and also a bunch of other ones, and then it calmed down a little bit, and then we've seen a few more quakes near now, so that is kind of what we're looking at in that area. We'll take a look and see on the map, earthquake map, in a few minutes here. I'm going to scoot down, have a quick peek at Grimsey as well. And let's see, where's Grimsey at? Way down, and there's Grimsey. And Grimsey looks a lot quieter. Heading downward, one little spike in here. So I think things are subsiding there at Grimsey, and they can probably sleep a little better on their little island. And of course, this is the one for Grindavik, and it too is heading upward, similar to what we see at Fragedalfjall. And the fact that this one is doing just about the same thing kind of tells us that this is likely some tectonic movement rather than magnetic movement, but you never know. And that is kind of what we're seeing there. So I'm going to put it back on Fragedalfjall, and there we go. We'll pop over to the earthquakes, and we'll take a look there and see what we've got. Earthquake map, where are you? Where are you? And we want the other one. And there we go. All right. 232 earthquakes for today, and that number is down a little bit. Yesterday we were over 300 some, today a lot less. So a little quieter as far as the whole thing is considered, and we'll see what we've got down on the bottom corner here first. We'll take a look out on the Reykjanes Peninsula. There's the capital city of Reykjavik, and of course the international airport at Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, and Yardvik over there. And then down here we have Grindavik, and of course the Blue Lagoon right there, and the power plant beside it. So there we go. Let's take a look. Kind of a weird looking little swarm out here right at the end of the peninsula, several in the water. Hope they can swim, and that is a magnitude 1.5, 7.7 kilometers down from 1937, and this one is older, 2:12 a.m., a magnitude 1.18, 6.8 clicks down. And then we got a really small one, 0.17, 3.7 kilometers down, 7:42 a.m., and then another very small one, 0.24, 2.8 kilometers down, 9:04. Then we had a 0.88, 5.4 kilometers down from 8:54. We'll skip the little ones and stuff here. They're really, really small. Just looking at the depths, though, 4.7 kilometers. This other one, 5.7 kilometers for the 0.8 from 2048. It's fairly recent, but still. And the 0.49 kilometers down, so a little bit deeper, and that is from 1747. And that is out there at the tip of the peninsula. Let's go over into our area and see what we've got. And I'm sorry, but there's nothing in the Fragadalfjall area. And where, of course, this is where Ragnar is over here, and the Siggy Fisher right about there. But we're not seeing anything. Sliding over towards Krusavik, which is up here. And we see these guys over here, and magnitude 1.36, 5.2 kilometers down from 4:49 a.m. Then we have a magnitude 1.1, 6.7 kilometers down, 4:50 a.m. And a bunch of smaller ones, 0.27, 5.6 kilometers down, 5:25 a.m. 0.29, 6.3 clicks down, 7:23. And this other one, 0.75, 6.3 kilometers down, 4:51 a.m. So kind of gives you a general idea of what they're doing. We don't need to go over every one of them. A little group out here as well, this 0.6, fairly fresh. 2250 was the time on it, a magnitude 0.6, 6.4 kilometers down. Then we see a couple other ones here, and just looking at the depths from these as well. 0.54, and it was 7.6 clicks down, 7:31 a.m. And I think all of these are well below 1 here as well. This 0.85 is, I guess, about the biggest one, and it's 8.4 kilometers down, 4:06 a.m. Then the other ones in the area, we got a 0.46, 8.1 kilometers down, 3:19 a.m. That little 0.4, 7.9 kilometers down, and that is 1:42 a.m. I said 0.04, very, very small. And this one, 0.27, 2.4 kilometers down, 8:20 this morning. And really not getting anybody too excited. These guys are too small to look at. Let's take a look at this 1.3 in magnitude. That is only 1.1 kilometers down from 2047 for that guy. And then this one, I'm very close to Katla, 0.66. And that is in the ice somewhere, 0.27 so 278 meters down, and about, I guess, 700 feet. And I don't know if that's in the ice or that's actually in the rock already. Anyway, 2:34 a.m. for him. And let's keep going. We'll get over to our Grimsvatn. No, hang on. Grimsvatn is here. There we go. And we got some quakes around Grimsvatn. A magnitude 1.54, 7.06 kilometers down, 5:02 this morning. And we'll spread them out a little bit here. 0.93, 3.2 clicks down, 14:28 a.m. and or p.m. and not a.m. 14 is more than 12. It's p.m. 0.5, 0.678. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8. I like that. 10:38 a.m. For that guy. This 0.93, 3.2 clicks down. Yeah, we got him. And then we got another 0.98, 3.6 kilometers down from 11:12. And why are these numbers consecutive? Huh? 0.55 in magnitude, 5.6 kilometers down, 5:48 a.m. for him. Sliding up a little bit more, looking at Astja now, and we'll see what we've got there. Very small ones around Astja and in Astja, 0.52, 1.5 kilometers down, and that's actually yesterday's from 23:35. This 0.67 is 7.999 kilometers down. They could have just wrote 8. I would have believed them. 7:31 a.m. For that guy. Then we've got some small ones here. 0.48, 2.6 clicks down, 6:36 a.m. And of course, then his little friend here, 0.32, 4.6 clicks down, 8:40 a.m. And a very small 0.18, 135 meters down from 8:14. And that is kind of interesting, but no eruption. Let's have a look at our stuff by Herderbreed. And Herderbreed has got all kinds of quakes around it. We'll take a look and see what we've got in this area and the swarms, of course. So 2.15, 5.5 kilometers down, and 5:45 a.m. for that guy. This 0.9, 2.2 clicks down, 4:57 a.m. Then we've got 1.33, 5.5 kilometers down, 7:33 this morning. And we'll slide over a little bit more, grab this 0.8, 10.6 kilometers down. That's a little bit deeper again, 5:16 a.m. For him. Right up on top of Herderbreed is 0.7, 3.4 kilometers down from 16:42. And we've got some other ones here. 0.1, 3.3 kilometers down, 1:26 a.m. for that guy. And then we get right into the soup here, and we'll take a look at some of the shots and the depths of these. 2.76, and that is 3.3 kilometers down from 1:12 a.m. That might have been the biggest one that we've seen so far there. We've got this 1.78, 3.1 kilometers down from 1:09 a.m. Then we've got from 22:39, magnitude 1.3, 3.4 kilometers down. 21:12 had a magnitude 1, 4.5 kilometers down. I'm not seeing these rising up to the surface, and that's disappointing. I was hoping for an eruption today. 0.9, 3 kilometers down, 7:04 a.m. For that guy. And let's see, this one here, from 14:23, 1.53 in magnitude, and 3.2 kilometers down. Just not seeing those shallower depths. And 1.42, 2.7 kilometers down, 3:03 a.m. And let's see, this 0.78, 5.2 kilometers, no, sorry, 2.5 kilometers down. Got it backwards. Dyslexia took over. 1:33 a.m. For that guy. And let's take a look at a few more here in the area. I want bigger ones. 0.9, 2.8 kilometers down, and that is from 9:07 a.m. So what we're really seeing is nothing that's popping up and out for us. These are not coming any shallower than what we were seeing before. A matter of fact, they're staying a little deeper and seeing, depth like 3 kilometers. That's kind of where things are at. I don't think we're going to see anything pop out of this. 1442 for this 0.98 from 3 kilometers down. We got these guys already, and really not much going on there. Let's move up a little bit here and take a look at some of these other ones. 2.24, and that is only 533 meters down. That was from yesterday, though. 2342 was the time on that. And let's take a look in the area, see what else we got. 1.2 clicks down, 0.3, and that is yesterday's as well at 2343, same time as the 2.24. And let's see what the newer ones are doing. Maybe we found our hotspot. 1.2 kilometers down, 0.3, and that came in at 2105. What's this guy here? 2.3 kilometers down, 0.3 again at 2221. And this guy here, 2.2 clicks down, 0.3 at 2119. So those are shallower, and maybe that's going to help us. This is a little deeper again, 4.8 kilometers down for this magnitude 1.5 from 1722. What about the 0.9 up here? 5.2 kilometers down. Yep. This seems to be the shallow spot right in here. And anyway, that 0.9 was from 2053, and that's kind of what we're seeing there. What about these guys here? Haven't looked at these. 1.74 and pardon me, 1.743 as far as depth, and then a magnitude 1.16 at 2:13 this morning. This 0.82, 1 kilometer down, and 5:24 a.m. Maybe we are going to see something pop here. I don't know. Let's look at these other ones. That's deeper again, 5.2 clicks down for that 0.6 from 2 a.m. 5.2 clicks down for that one as well. Or is that the same one? How about the 0.7? Again, same depth at 1:18 a.m. The further away we go, the deeper it gets. No, same depth as 0.7, 5.2 clicks down, 3:02 a.m. For that guy. Let's maybe try this one. Oh, we got him already. Let's do this one. 1.16, 1.7 kilometers down from 2:13 this morning. So yeah, we've got some that are a little bit shallower here, and you never know what's going to happen. This fresher one is 5.3 kilometers down from 2047, and I think we'll leave that area be. Slide up a little bit more here. Magnitude 5.5, 6.1 clicks down from 1221 there, and as we move up, we see a 7.7 kilometers down at 2147. And let's see, the other one here, 0.2, 5.3 kilometers down from 1946. We've got a 1.5, 4.5 kilometers down, 1929. And let's see, get rid of that. Let's look at this 2.1 here. 7.9 kilometers down, 2147 for him. And this 1.4, 2.6 kilometers down, and 15:26 was the time on him. The other 1.4 up here, 17 kilometers down. That's a lot deeper, and 19:22 for him. And then we look at this one, magnitude 1, 6.1 kilometers down, 16:52. Get the straggler way out here, 5.2 kilometers down for this magnitude 1.2 from 6:49 a.m. And let's move up a little bit right near Grimsby and see what they had. And 18:23 for this magnitude 1.3, and that is 5.2 kilometers down for that one. This 1.4, 5.1 clicks down, 5:54 a.m. and another 1.4, 5.1 kilometers down, 6:49 for that guy. 1.7, 9.5 kilometers down from 20:33 today, and 1.44, 10 kilometers down, 50 minutes after midnight. Then we have a 1.6, 11.1 kilometers down, 7 a.m. And there's another 1.6 right underneath it. Don't know which one we got. They're both the same. Both the same values, slightly different locations, and a few seconds different, I guess. This one 2:08 a.m. But 11.4 kilometers down. So really not anything fantastic or new or dangerous that we see on the earthquake map at all. Still, there is a possibility, although be it remote, that vertebrate could, in fact, have a small eruption. We know for a fact that it just does not have that much seismic energy built up, so it's kind of an iffy thing if it does. Although we are all in favor if it did erupt, and we'd be very, very happy to see what it was doing once it does. Unfortunately, it being out, and I hate to use the term that we use here, it's out in the sticks. Well, there's no sticks out there. It's out there in no man's land. And what do you mean? Why is the music still on? Philomena, somebody told Philomena to hit the live button. The music isn't on. It shouldn't be. At least I'm not hearing any. And tell her to refresh. Philomena, refresh. Yeah, make sure, tell her directly, say, hey, Philomena, tell her, yeah, there is no music. Hit your refresh button. Thank you, Henry. And that will, or refresh the page. That gets you there, too. There is no music. The only music you should be hearing is my melodious voice right now. Anyway, that is Iceland in a nutshell today. And let's pop over really, really quickly. Okay, and now I'm on the right one. Excellent, Philomena, and that happens to me on my phone a lot too. Yep, and welcome, oh mummy of hamsters. It does happen. It actually even happens to me sometimes, and it's kind of weird. Anyway, let's pop over to Sicily for a second. And of course, it's very dark there right now, and looks like it started raining. Oh, we see lightning, and that is kind of what's going on there. I just want to get on the proper map here, or proper page, and reset the quality. But it is raining. But before we get into anything, yeah, more lightning. Ooh, scary. While I did do a time lapse earlier, but I want to show you a different time lapse that I also did, and this is the fire, and I've turned it on. You've got an insert in here, and it's hard to tell because it's all dark. So the actual location of the fire is over on the right-hand side. The insert is the larger fire on the left. and that is what we're looking at. And this fire was going for well over an hour, and from what I seen, it encapsulated about, oh, hang on, did that actually start in the right spot? Yeah, I guess it would have. And it looked like it was up and down, and a pretty nasty thing. So, Eddie Oturo, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Hobby Bugs also popped in. So, yeah, this is not a volcano, unfortunately. This is happening very near to Mount Etna. But unfortunately, it's not something that we hope for, or not something pleasant. And there were a few homes destroyed in this particular fire. It was actually fairly large because we're at such a distance. It's difficult to gauge how many homes and were affected, but looking at the size of the fire, and again, this is a kind of over an hour scrunched down into about 2 minutes. So yeah, exactly, Colin. That's what we hope for, that nobody got hurt and nobody had anything major going on there. But I just wanted to point that out. They do have those over there, and it's an unfortunate thing. It happens, and of course you can see it pluming up multiple times. Even in the time lapse here, you can see how it reflared multiple times, and kind of not good. Anyway, that was the end of that, and I'll turn that one off. That's back to normal. And just so you get an idea of where that is during the daytime shot, and that is over somewhere over here. It's hard to tell exactly where it is because we can't see too well, but it's right behind here somewhere, and that is kind of where it is. Anyway, it is break time, you guys. I'm going to put you back on that wonderful canned lava. We're going to turn that back on for you. And we'll put the date back on so I don't have people asking silly questions. Like, when's it from? And there we go. So we'll leave it on there. Be good, you guys. For those people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, by all means, give it a quick bob for us. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, consider hitting the subscribe button. That would be awesome. And very, very cool. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, the Great White North. And I'm going to go take a 5-minute break. I'll be back, and then we will continue on with our Friday night stream here. So don't go away. A lot more to come, you guys. Thanks. am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamsters, saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thanks Kevin and Sue and Hermione. And Kevin Williams and Sue and Hermione and Kevin Haynes. And TGIF. Yeah, we already said that, Bob. Actually, we didn't say TGIF, but we said Happy Friday, and yeah, it is awesome. Anyway, gonna park that canned lava again, since we don't want to waste that can. I'm gonna turn that off, and of course we can leave that date on there for now. It doesn't matter. Heading back over to Sicily, though, and we did see what it looked like there during the day, and of course, kind of in the evening, it looked a little rougher, like that, kind of gloomy, hazy skies, things like that, and kind of not the most pleasant day, but the morning was good for them, and here's the time lapse that I did. And one of the things that is very noticeable today is that Etna is actually throwing off more smoke. And here we go. Here's the time lapse. And of course, that is going in a slightly different direction today than it normally goes. Usually it goes left or right. And this time it's kind of almost heading towards the camera a little bit more. And definitely a little bit more puffing coming out of there, and that is coming from the top of the vent, and right near the top. So whichever vents are actually throwing that out right now, but that is pretty good looking, and that might be a hopeful sign for something. And as I was talking with Yvonne Kunkel earlier, it's about time Etna erupted again. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Hopefully it will. And seismic activity for Etna, of course, is typically up and down like a yo-yo, and hard to predict anything. But it is what it is, and right now that's kind of what we were seeing during the course of their morning there in Sicily, up to around noonish or thereabouts for this video. But a lot of smoke, and it makes you wonder what the heck is going on there. And of course, fingers crossed, maybe we'll get some lava out of this yet in a day or two or three, and would be really, really nice to have that. And I think that is just about it for that video. Somewhere around noonish is where I finished it, at least noon their time, maybe even a little further, but not by much. So interesting to see the change in wind directions and so on. So that is basically about 4 hours crammed into under 2 minutes. And hopefully you guys like those, and we'll leave that alone, and we'll slide down the mid-Atlantic ridge a little bit, and we're going to go over to a very foggy, hazy place called the Azores, and we are on the island of St. George in the Azores, and we have the harbor out in front here. That's all lit up, and of course the town over on this side. Not seeing any of the lights on Pico Island or Fayal Island, which is just out of view over there, and certainly can't see Mount Pico. And for those who are wondering what I'm pointing at in the imaginary space, this is what it normally looks like during the day, and that gives you a little better idea of what I was kind of pointing at. It's about 18 kilometers between St. George and Pico Island. Anyway, the next shot, of course, is our little bay or cove, whatever you want to call it. I just got to get on that screen, switch it, and there it is. And looking at what we see there, not a heck of a lot of white water. What we're looking for is the white water down on the edges here, and we are not seeing that much. So the seas aren't bad as far as being rough or anything like that, and that's what it looks like during the day, just so you know. And we're not seeing the heavy-duty storms or anything like that. Old Nick is here, and welcome. Glad you have you on board. Hermione. Anyway, Old Nick, glad to have you on board. Let's take a look at what we've got for earthquakes there. And really not a heck of a lot. We had 2 quakes, 1.7 from 1456, and the other one was a 1.7 from 1535. And we'll make that a little bit wider there. There we go. And that is all that we see on this particular map. Those, of course, are strictly for St. George on this map. And here you can see Pico Island, and as they call it, Mount Pico on here. Actually, on the other maps, Montana do Pico, and I don't know what Montana. Maybe that's something special. Leo, welcome. Glad to have you on board and signed up for his 10th month. You're a fantastic person, Leo, no matter what the other guy said. Anyway, glad to have you on board. Fayal Island right there, and of course that is Montana do Pico right there, and then of course St. George. And if we slide over here, here's the other island, Terceira, and of course that is where the other volcano is, and that is listed there as a yellow rating on it. So that's this guy. Anyway, let's zoom back out of that. Pop over to the other map really quickly. I've got to refresh that one since it didn't refresh. And we'll take a look and see what we've got in the area as far as other quakes are concerned. So, yep, we see those. We see the 2, 9 hours ago 2.0, and 8 hours ago 2.1. Those are on St. George, of course. Nothing over on Terceira, nothing on Pico or Fayal. But when we slide down here a little bit more, further to the east, on the East Azore fault, 13 hours ago, we had a 2.0 out there, and that is kind of all we see on this one right now. If we zoom that out a little bit, I'm just looking further down here. We don't see anything else along the fault line. So that is the 3 quakes in the Azores today, and that is really not anything super magic or nothing to worry about for right now for those good folks. And there's the 3 listed, and we can see the depths of the one that was actually 2.1 under St. George, showing that it is 10 kilometers down, the 2.0 9 kilometers down, and the other 2.0 is surface quake. So that's what we've got for the 4th of November as per what we see there. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and let's carry on with our next volcano, or a batch of volcanoes, and we're going over to Mexico. And let's have a look there. I just got to find my Mexico screen, and there we are. And of course, we got clouds. Why not? Popocatépetl hiding in the clouds as per usual. If we back up a whole bunch, we can get back to just slightly before daybreak. We do see a little bit of a sugar coating on our volcano today. Early this morning, that's what it had. Nice stars in the background. And as we move forward, first light kind of thing that hits there, we can see a little bit of a nice golden glow, and if you want to call it that. And of course, we've got a lot of a thin layer of snow. It's not thick this time around, so that'll likely evaporate off during the course of the day. This was 6:09 a.m. and as time progressed, let's see if we can see some of that steam starting to rise off that volcano. And there's some sunshine on the ski hills here. Not very much coming out of it today, unfortunately, and giving it a few more hours here since we could see it. We do see a little bit more of a plume, but for the most part, it's fairly quiet, and not sure why it wants to be so quiet. And let's see if we can get this spot here. And right about here, we did see some ash popping out. 9:36 a.m. was the time for this one, and you do see it there. I'm just going to advance 5 seconds at a time to expedite this a little bit, and you see a little bit more coming out as it did a little bit of a eruption, and not anything too serious. So didn't see any lava, unfortunately, and we like lava. We really, really do. But we didn't see any. Anyway, let's slide this ahead a little bit more time-wise, and that's when it started getting into the clouds anyway, around 10 a.m., and we see the clouds starting to build up, and by about, what is it, noon? Yeah, that's what we seen at noon. And I don't think there were too many other spots where we could actually see it. And that includes right now, so this is very close. That's about a half an hour ago, and this is what it is right now, so not too good. And let's go over to Fuego, and Fuego is always nice. Hey, look, there's lava going down the side of Fuego. I like that. Fuego has done some good stuff today, and of course if we back up a little bit, and we want to go about here, and we'll advance that. And this was from 6:08 a.m. and I do believe, and this is one of the first eruptions of the morning. You did see a little bit of lava in there. Actually, we should be able to get back to the other one. Hang on. I'm going to see if we can get all the way back. Let's go all the way back. I think we might have missed the one, because this is already the golden shot, so this is just a little bit after. But you might have seen the thumbnail for today. Definitely was some lava coming out of Fuego. And for those who aren't familiar with Fuego, it is down in Guatemala, Central America. Hey, status quo, I haven't seen you for a long time. Welcome, I'm glad to have you on board. And Fuego, of course, continuing to elude us with throwing out a whole bunch of lava during the day. And we really want to see it, though. But it is what it is, and we can't help it. Let's see if we can move ahead a little bit. I'm just trying to see if we can find that lava plume. I think we might have been just out of luck for that one, to be able to see that lava shooting out. It always happens, you know, when you see it, and it's only a very, very temporary time of the day that you can actually see the actual lava, because the sunlight really washes out everything as far as visibility. Anyway, we'll show a couple more spots here where we did have some bigger plumes come out, and that should have been right around here. We'll try that. And Oh yeah, this one had some lava. So I just backed it up a little bit more. You'll see it. There we go. Now you can see the lava down on the bottom here. Definitely some lava coming out, as well as a lot of pyroclastic materials. You've seen big chunks of rock and lava flying out of there, which is always pretty awesome. And again, these are the types of eruptions that can produce volcanic lightning because of the speed of which it's coming out of there. The molecules and particles that are flying out, whether it's tephra, ash of some sort, water molecules, you name it, all that stuff leaving out of that cone at high velocity, of course, rubbing together, bouncing off of each other, creating static electricity. And on occasion, you see a very, very interesting lightning bolts come out of there. And of course, that is referred to as volcanic lightning. But yeah, this one was one of the better ones, and we do see that it was pretty awesome. So cool to see. 6:45 was about the time that it popped out, and we like that. And let's see what else we got here. There should be a couple more small plumes after that, but nothing really a major that I seen. Let's try this one here. I might have been a little too far. Yeah, big mushroom cloud out of this one. Anyway, that's how it was billowing out of there, and that is pretty awesome to see that moving very quickly. And again, that's the one you want to look at for volcanic lightning. The only thing is, it'd be better if it was with less light. You'd be able to see it a little bit easier. But yeah, nice mushroom cloud build up there in the top. So pretty awesome to see that. And we have a couple more in here. This one here should be somewhere right around. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. No wonder. Need to go forward, not backwards. Oh, went a little too fast on that one. We'll let that play through. There we go. Because these ejecta is so quick, when it's shooting out of there, then it's kind of wild to see that. Again, a mushroom cloud, and that is telling you it's moving at fairly high velocity. I like it, and hopefully we'll see some more of that in the near future here. Let's see, bigger ones. Right about here should be another one, and again, a very dark material coming out of there, so it's got a lot of ash, a lot of tephra, and other things that can hurt you in there, like rocks. Big lava rocks. You never want to try to catch a lava rock, okay? That is not good, and that is kind of what we're seeing. Anyway, that is Fuego, and it had a bunch more of these as well. If we go here, 8:30ish, yeah, 8:33. That one wasn't quite as speedy coming out of there, but still, shooting off a lot of material, and again, a very dark clouds coming out. So that's kind of what we got there. And then, where is it now? This is about our last one here. As it dissipates at 8:52, and there we go into the abyss of gray. And we don't get to see it for a bunch of hours. And then we do see it again back here, and that is at 16 in the afternoon, so 4:16, and you see some more of the wonderful ash being ejected from there, and multiple shots coming out of it, and again, a very dark material. And I don't know if it's because of the the clouds in here, because it looks really, really cloudy in this area right now. At least at that point, 16, 17 was that time. So anyway, it is time for me to go have a break, you guys. So I'm going to put you back on that wonderful canned lava. That is good for a fuego for today, and gives you a pretty good idea of what we've had going on there. And that is what the conditions are like right now. Cloudy, foggy, maybe raining in the area, and a decent glow coming from Fuego itself. And again, that is down in Guatemala. We'll put you back on some canned lava, and I will get onto the break for a few minutes. And there's the canned lava. So for all the good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out and give it a quick bop. And that will definitely help. Of course, we're trying to get over that 100 mark. That would be really, really awesome. Kevin Haynes gifted a 5 membership pack. So please make sure you have your membership opt-in thing turned on. And excellent. I didn't see who the one from Oz went to, but Kevin Haynes just did a gifted 5. So hopefully some of you will get 1 or 2, and well, at least 1 if you haven't, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, on that friendly note, I need to go take that break. Hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. If you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing as well. Would be really cool. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back after the break, and we'll have bacon seeds. And so keep smiling. Don't go away. Lots more show to come. Thank you. we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thanks for the welcome backs from John Raper, and welcome back Uncle Doc from Old Mummy of Hamsters, and thank you Leo and Sue, and good morning Thor, and welcome, and thanks Kevin Haynes, Kevin Williams, Sophie in the house. Welcome Sophie, good to see you. And let's see, a couple more people were in here as well. I seen Dot made it in. And let's see, who else? Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you. And let's see, I missed a couple other names in here. I seen people sneaking in during the break. I got Dot already. So Dot, you were wondering, the screen does say there footage recorded on August 15th. And that is, of course, the Siggy Fisher. Sharon Stewart in the house, of course. I think we got you. Linda Schoof also made it in. Welcome, Linda. And Serotonin also made it on in. And welcome, all of you. And let's see. Thor threw in a nice little super chat. Thanks, Thor. And I'm going to write that down. And that is, of course, Danish kroners, and there we go, got it written down. Thank you very kindly for your support, Thor. And Linda Schoof renewed her membership, still here and enjoying the show. Excellent, Linda. I'm glad that we've got that with two pillows, two pullovers, one scarf, and sometime a jacket. Oh boy, you need to stay warm. And of course, here in the Great White North, it's actually just above freezing temperature right now, and actually, it's supposed to start snowing pretty soon. I'm wondering when that snow is going to start, and they are saying between now and tomorrow, when it stops, we should have somewhere around 10 more centimeters, or about 5 more inches. Old Nick also in the house. Welcome, Old Nick. Glad to have you on board. And Dot, you were asking about the stars behind the names and the green color. That is because they are members. And if you have your opt-in gift thing turned on, there's accept a gift thing in your settings somewhere. And if you turn it on, there are some memberships that have been given out, and Kevin Haynes did one for 5 members for free for 1 month. And if you have that turned on, you could receive a free membership. Of course, it's YouTube that hands it out, so it's beyond my control, but just to let you know, that is available. Same thing goes for Old Nick if he wants to turn on his opt-in thing for accepting gifts, and that would be cool. Anyway, I did promise bacon seeds. I'm going to stop the canned lava, as we call it, and we'll get over there and have a look at our wonderful bacon seeds for today. And of course, we're starting out with yesterday's. That was the last bacon seed, and then of course we had the funny thing here, this turpig, or turkey bacon, if you want to call it that. But anyway, let's keep going with today's stuff. So there we go. Bacon or beacon? No, bacon. Bacon seeds. And here's another one of these turkey bacon guys. And just thought we'd throw him in as well. He's a pig, a turkey disguised as a cowboy, trying to stay alive for the festive season in the United States, I guess. So pretty cool. And Dot, if you're heading out, take care and be good, and have a good night. Yep, fun pig. Okay, good color choices. There you go. Anyway, here's some bacon seeds. And of course, this guy wants nothing to do with those turpigs or bacon, turkey bacon. He's hiding his eyes. He's ashamed. And that snout bopper really doesn't want to do anything. Yep, camouflaged. You can't see that he's there. And he's definitely hiding. And if he can't see you, you can't see him, right? Anyway. But to get a bacon, we need to kill. No, bacon seeds. This is all about bacon seeds. We don't talk about killing pigs here. And this is bacon seeds make bacon. But hey, that's the way it goes. So we be nice. Anyway, this is a snow pig, and of course he's climbing Mount Everest. And he'll be the first pork belly to make it up all the way. English is not my native language. Dot, if you don't mind me asking, what language is your native language? If you want to share that, it would be good. I'm curious. Just curious. I mean, maybe able to help you out with some things sometimes. And yes, English is not my first language either. So, smaller, what, longer than English? Oh, it's us. Okay. All right, no worries. Anyway, that's okay. We'll carry on here, and we'll get less spoken than English. I missed it somewhere here, so yeah. All right. Okay, well, carry on. Anyway, here's another one of these wonderful snow pigs, and the pig really looks good in that snow. Yep, this one does too, and he is enjoying his snow day. This guy definitely has a little bit more fur on him, so he looks like he's doing all right. And let's get to our next one. And this little bacon seed's got racing stripes. I gotta love that. And he's got a smile on his face, and pretty awesome looking little fella. And yeah, watch out, Arizona snowman. Exactly. Such a cute little guy, eh? And there we go. And I think this is my prize picture of today, and thank you, Piggy, for sending that. Piggies are so great fellows. Yep, especially when they're smiling and happy and all that good stuff. And our last bacon seed for today, and that is this guy. And he too is enjoying his couch time, and that is another one that is tiny and little and happy. So what do you feed them? Well, these aren't mine, but if they were mine, I'd feed them lettuce and carrots and just about anything they want to eat. Pigs aren't really all that fussy. They will eat everything, and that is pretty awesome. We love happy little bacon seeds. You bet, Sue Hayes. Yeah, barbarian, that too. But let's not get barbaric. Okay, barbarian. Get it? Barbaric. Okay, bad pun. All right, let's carry on. We'll take a look at more volcanoes and see what we've got. And welcome, barbarian. And there we go. Zipping over to Indonesia. That's not amnesia, but Indonesia, and that is pretty cool. And anyway, again, Merapi, not happy, in the clouds as usual. And if we back up about an hour in that timeline, we see We do have quite a bit of off-gassing up in the top. Unfortunately, we're not seeing a heck of a lot in the other camera views for Merapi today. If we go back about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, that puts it to about 4:30 a.m. And the picture, I don't know if we can improve that any. Nope, it is 7:20. That's all we got out of that one. And we can see it off-gassing fairly heavily, but we are not seeing any lava. When we go back a little bit more, though, we do have a little bit of lava here. And I believe that's right around here. So let's take a look. And this is about 4.5 hours ago. And if you are looking right in here, you can see a little bit of lava coming down. And let's see if it'll light up for us as we progress. Yep, there it is. So there is bacon. Okay, we see some little bits of bacon sliding down the hill, and that is pretty awesome. Not very much. There was another point here where there was a little bit more as well, and this is from earlier. Let's get it going. 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. I should say is what I had written down here. So you can see that spot where it is, and there it goes, and pouring out, and a little bit of bacon. Unfortunately, veggie bacon, I hope. Yeah, this is no red meat for me. Yep, no worries. And that is actually a little bit more lava than we've seen in a while coming out of Merapi. And that will actually kind of make us happy, right? I know, rhyming, and that is absolutely fun. And that actually went down quite a ways down the hill, so that must have been a fair-sized eruption. It's been a while since we've seen anything like that coming out of it, and pretty awesome. So that was nice to have a bit of a break there. And then prior to that, if we go back just even an hour more, we end up in the clouds again, and then back out. So it's in and out, up and down as far as the activity is concerned. This 47 minutes after midnight, still off-gassing up top fairly heavily. We don't see anything else coming down the side of the hill other than a heart right here. I never noticed that before. It looks like a heart. Pretty awesome. And we'll keep looking back here. I don't think there was anything else. It was in the clouds for the most part. Let's leave it be there for Merapi, and Merapi is kind of happy a little bit with a little bit of lava today, and we will carry on and take a look at Semeru next. And of course it is very light at Semeru right now. Let's move on over there. There we go. And you can see the 3 different shots of Semeru. Of course, the close-up of the caldera down on the bottom left is, or bottom right, I mean, is always nice to see. We do see right now, this is live, by the way, we do see that little bit of a plume coming out of there. And it's not a heck of a lot, but let's give it a second or two and see how much it actually off gases, or maybe it'll throw some lava out for us. I think it went quiet. Anyway, let's back up a little bit to see if we can find anything. There was a couple spots there where we seen it about 20 minutes ago. There we go. And that was pluming out, lots of ash coming out. Didn't see any magma or lava coming out. And what looks like you just escaped at a time machine. Time machine? I like time machines. The one in my closet doesn't work very well anymore, though. And looking a little back a little bit further, here is the golden morning as the sunlight starts hitting the top of the mountain. Of course, looks very, very nice. So Semeru was there doing its thing, and if we back up a little bit more, there is actual lava coming out of Semeru, and you can see it there. Also, a bunch of lightning in the background, and we do have a lot of storms in the area there, and that is what we see. So, yep, a little bit of that wonderful glow, just not a lot of visible lava right now. And if we go back a little bit further, we do see a little bit better when it was clear out there, and still a bunch of lightning in the area, but you can definitely see a hot caldera up top, some of that bacon coming down the side of the hill in both shots here. So, and a lot of lightning in the background, and not good if you want to stay away. Don't go climbing volcanoes during a lightning storm. That's a bad idea. You'll be grounded for sure, and not by your mummy, by your feet. And that is pretty awesome looking. So I like that, and spooky. And we should have had one of those for Halloween. And Oz gifted another membership, and I never seen who the first one got to, and I still didn't see any of the ones Kevin did. But thank you, Oz, and that is awesome. And thank you very kindly for gifting that one membership, Oz. That's the second one you did today, so very cool. And thanks, and appreciate it. And let's go back a little bit more here, another half hour or so. That's kind of the hazy appearance that we've seen. You can see that cloud right over top. Almost looks like it's trying to build itself a lenticular cloud over top of the top end of the cone here, and that's really a nice shape the way it is, like a hat with the top cut out. Pretty awesome to see that, and very cool. And if we go back a little bit more, we see it in slightly different views. A little bit more lava there, and of course you can see the stuff still coming down the side of the mountain. And prior to that, it was actually hiding in the clouds. And let's see if we can get back a little bit further. There was a clear area further back, and that should be right around here. And let's take a look at what that looked like. Yeah, a little bit of a pop here, and it did throw out some material, but not really any huge amounts. These aren't strato blasts. They're just basically bubbling up and throwing out some lava. There's a little bit of a shot here, and unfortunately they don't have their cameras recording completely all the time, and they are motion activated, which is actually very poor for what they're doing, but they should be putting it on continuous record, at least 1 frame per second, if not a little bit more, would be really, really nice. I guess they just don't quite understand of how to set up their videos properly, but I'm not going to hold that against them. They are letting us use this, so that is always cool. And nice to see that, and you see quite a bit of a plume coming out of there, and hopefully that is going to produce more lava in the future. Let's back up a little bit more here. I think we had again the same battle of eruption versus clouds. This is about 8 hours and 47 minutes ago, and again we see the top and we see the lava, and the lava is actually making it about halfway down, if not a little bit further. So pretty neat to see that, and I think that's about the furthest I've seen it so far on this particular mountain, and we'll see what happens in the future. I did want to go over to Mount Ruapehu, but it wasn't very visible today, so let's see, maybe we can see a little bit of it, and we'll try, and let's go over to Mount Ruapehu. No, we're not going to see it. It's hiding. It's in the clouds, you guys, and of course it likes hiding in the clouds. That is, of course, in New Zealand, Mount Ruapehu. You can just see the bottom of it over here, and that is all, unfortunately. And it's kind of, meh, what do you do, right? We don't control the weather yet. We will get the weather machine working and fix this problem in the future. Anyway, there we go. That is just seeing the edge of the snowpack, and as it's dropping down. And of course, the ski season is closed there, so that is what we've got. Which volcano is your all-time favorite? Oh boy, you know what? Gotta be honest. I think Ragnar was my favorite volcano. It really, really did do quite a bit. So, have fun. Linda Schoof says, I gotta run, or have to run. Walk, Linda, walk. It's safer. And Sophie says, mine is Popo. And I'm partial to Ragnar. And I guess Ragnar because, yeah, Reagan's Peninsula volcano, right? Yeah, Ragnar. Not Bob, the original one, although I did like Bob a lot. Ragnar is the one that I personally like, and I may have a little bit of a bias because that is the one that I went and visited and I was able to see with my own eyes. So it's different when you see it on your own, and you know, it was really really cool. It was the second, right? Actually, kind of, sort of dot. Bob was the original Eruption, and then we had the whole line of fissures there where we had Rag and Nar and Sif and Hell and Ulf and Flow all open up. And of course, afterwards, what happened is those other ones died out, and it was just Rag and Nar that were still available or still doing their things, and they became Ragnar, the big volcano. So that's the one that I really do think is pretty cool. And again, you know, like I said, a little bit of bias there because I was able to go see it on my own, and that really kind of makes a big difference when you can see it with your own eyes. Anyway, let's see if I can named after Siggy. Well, Rag and Nar were both old, I guess, Nordic names or Nordic stuff. So I don't know who actually named them. It wasn't me. I know Bob got named, and you know, like, honestly, when I wrote on the screen there, because I couldn't pronounce Gelding Gedarle or Fregadelfjall, I had written down Bob, and yes, I'm the guilty guy who called Bob Bob. So Gelf, I thought they named it Gelf or a similar. No, Gelding Gedarle is the valley that it actually is in, and Fragor del Fiol is the original volcanic system there. So that's the difference in the names. Kevin Haynes is telling me it's a break time. It is too, and I need to do that. I did move over there. I'm going to turn that canned lava back on, and we'll give that a quick shot here. I just want to make sure that can has still got enough in there. We'll back that up a little bit, and there we go. Don't go away, you guys. More stuff to come, and okay, what? They proposed Bladur as the name for the last volcano. Well, I don't know if they want to go with that, but we named it Siggy, the Siggy Fisher, and that is what's on the screen right now. So that's where we'll leave it. Anyway, don't go away, you guys, and be good, be kind, and don't run away yet. Lots more show to come, and of course it is a Friday night, and we have a little extra time here. So for those good people who have not hit that like button yet, please do consider hitting it, and getting us over that 100 mark. That would really, really be nice. Also, if you're new, sitting outside on the sidelines, whether you want to chat or you want to see more of these streams in the future, hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, and I will be back in about 5 minutes or thereabouts. Don't go away, guys. Keep smiling. we go. We're back. Microphone is back on. I play bass. Cool. and David, thanks and welcome. Glad to have you on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from what I have a deaf musical ear. Sue Hayes. I used to have rhythm, and then I was in a bad car crash, and I used to play a little bit of guitar, and no more, unfortunately, and that happened back when I was 23. So it's one of those things, I just can't do it. Anyway, thank you from Leo for the welcome back, Leo, and Sue, and Kevin Haynes, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and yeah, the only keyboard I play now is the one on the computer, and I don't do that one very well. Anyone that can play bass, boom, 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 yeah, if you can do it. I play Celtic harp and ukulele. Wow, Sharon Stewart, that is very cool. Anyway, let's park our canned lava, and we gotta stop that in its tracks, and we'll pause it. Get it? Pause. Okay, there we go. It's paused. Let's go have a look and see what's happening in Japan. And there we go. There we go. Sakurajima. And of course, that is looking like a beautiful blue sky there today. The volcano is continuing to do its thing, off-gassing. We haven't seen any lava or any nasty eruptions. Our ice cream boat is just left. Darn it. The other one will be coming in here soon, and we'll double check and see when it comes, and you'll be able to get your ice cream. But let's have a closer look, and there it is, Sakurajima. Doing its thing, a little bit of smoke coming out of it today, and it has quietened down quite a bit, and it is kind of nice to see that it is a little easier. I don't know if the close-up shot is working. No, it's still buffering. I tried to get in there a few times, and it just doesn't want to do anything. We'll try refreshing that and seeing if it'll come back. And oh, it put commercials on there. Let's all watch commercials, right? And make it bigger so we can watch them clearly. And okay, after these ads, how many ads? Oh, they're gonna put 20 ads in there now. We'll maybe pop over to ASO. ASO. ASO-san is very nice, and of course we see a lot more material steaming out of there, and I kind of have to question, we haven't had that much rain in the last couple of days there. Why are we seeing so much steam come out of it? Are we getting extra heat? And that is kind of something you got to question. You know, maybe it's time. We haven't seen ASO erupt for a while, and perhaps they'll put it back as an active volcano here in soon. I hope. Anyway, there's our close-up shot to the Sakurajima crater, and we're not seeing anything. Anyway, back to ASO for a second. And that is what we're seeing there. So ASO is definitely steaming. Of course, that caldera acts like a big bowl, and any rain that they get, they end up with a lake inside it in the caldera. And that is kind of the typical thing that we get from them. Going to see if Taal is on, and if Taal is showing any current stuff, we'll see. No, Taal is not on, so we're not going to see from that one, or either one of my sources for Taal are not working today, and that's okay. and we will go into a winter wonderland over in North America, and we'll go to a Yellowstone National Park. And there's what Yellowstone looks like right now after a nice snowfall. Isn't that beautiful? Who of you will watch the lunar eclipse? Well, if you go to if you go to Astronomy Live with David Brewer, you may be able to see it no matter what. If it's not cloudy, and I myself will try to watch it, but me will stream it. And okay, David, that is cool. And so yeah, you might want to bookmark David's channel there, and that'll be all cool and awesome. Anyway, what you're seeing on the screen, of course, is our wonderful Yellowstone National Park. There are over 500 active geysers there. Even when it snows, they are still active, and they don't care. That's the way it is. So looks not bad, but we don't see a heck of a lot at night. I'm surprised we can see as well as we can right now, and I think that is partially due to the moon and the fact that the snow is there, fresh snow, and that'll make it show up quite well. Yep, it is Yellowstone National Park, and that's what we said. And moving on, we'll go over to Hawaii, and we'll see what we've got in Hawaii for today. And let's see. Hawaii, there we go. And this is from yesterday, actually, the picture from 1916. And there is your lava pond inside of the Kilauea crater. And that is what we see right there. Kind of a neat shot. Lava tube feeds lava in from this end over here on the right side. And of course, we've got some really cool patterns in there. Love the way it does that. And of course, here in the brighter spots, and even over here, you see some spattering going up on the sides and so on. The fact that it's lighter is because that's where the lava is draining out, down back into either the lava chambers or the magma chamber down below, or wherever it's going. We're not sure, but what's happening is as the lava is moving downward, because the bubbles of gas are lighter in weight, and they go up and they pop out and break up the thin crust that has developed on top of that lava as it cooled, and we get the lighter spots. You can see a little bit over here, these dots here, that's the toe area. We're going to refresh that so you can see the daytime shot on it. There we go. And that has changed a little bit. And again, this is the end where the lava flows in. You can see the flow pattern. We do see some lighter spots in a couple places here. And that, of course, is telling us that it's draining out over there right now rather than over here. And pretty cool to see. The toe area looks about the same as normal. We still see our big cracks, and not sure if this material has broken off anymore. It looks like a little bit right here maybe, but nothing too severe. That will end up, if the lava level goes up just a little bit, that'll all end up getting recycled within the pond. It will melt eventually and go from there. Let's take a look at some of the other pictures, and that is again from last night. Primary event over here, lava pond. You can't see the toe area, and you can just make out a little circle here where the hornito is. That actually feeds the lava tube. Let's refresh that. Look at the daytime shot of that right now. And look, it's got two eyes. And That's pretty cool. Primary vent right there, lava pond, or sorry, the Hornito would be right here. The lava pond, obviously, right there. And we see a lot of smoke sneaking up on the side here. Matter of fact, we see a lot of smoke all the way around it, and that is always kind of making me wonder what's going on. You know, we have more questions than we get answers usually. Going over and having another look at one of the other shots from the other side of the caldera, primary vent over here, lava pond. Barely see the toe area. We do see some extra spots here that are lit up. Very cool. Let's refresh that, take a look at the live picture, and that is what we've got right now. That's the current picture, and again we see the primary vent is right in here, lava pond, and you can't see anything there for the Hornito or the lava tube opening today, unfortunately, and we also cannot see much of Pig Island because of the smokers and the smoke coming up on the side of the caldera here as well. A quick shot at the thermal, and that is our thermal cam. That's from last night. There's where the Hornito is, and that has the lava tube that feeds this thing. There's our toe area, and not very lit, and the primary vent would be over here. Gonna refresh that as well, and we'll get the current picture. A little bit lighter in here in the Hornito, and definitely a lot lighter in the lava pond itself. About the same in the toe area. Nothing has really changed there. Primary vent right there. We don't so much smoke we can't see around the edges here. Normally we can see how much higher this lava island in the middle here is, but not today. So that's it for Kilauea. What we're going to do is we'll pop over to Mauna Loa and take a look at its crater. This was the shot from yesterday. It was in the clouds, and that is the last one I got from yesterday. We'll take a look at today's, and not that much different. And there we go. Yep, definitely in the clouds today, so we're not going to be able to tell a heck of a lot. What we can do though is we can go over to the Hawaii map, and if we zoom in a little bit on that Hawaii map, we can take a look at the thermal image, which is right in here under this thing. Whoop, and that's the graphics. We didn't want them. I got to zoom in a little bit more, and there's the thermal image of the caldera, and with all that fog in there, it's really tough to see anything, and that fog just kills the thermal, because it just basically makes it all into a monotone scenario. And of course a little bit more heat coming off of these rocks in the front here that were sun-baked, so that's why that's a little bit lighter in color. But that's it, and we will pop over and have a quick peek at the earthquakes there in our wonderful Kilauea, and I'll leave it on that one. I want to get over to the earthquake maps real quick and zoom in on that. So let's have a look. There is, whoa, what is this? We got a big quake there, 6.1 in Mexico. 4:02 a.m., 10 kilometers down from today, and that is on the Imperial Fault, right in the middle of the Baja, basically there. Anyway, let's go to Hawaii though. There's your Hawaiian island chain, and looking in and seeing what we've got. For quakes, we do see odd quake here, and that is up on Mauna Kea. Not normally a lot of quakes on there. That was 1.9, 1151, 12.4 kilometers down. So quite deep. And let's look at the Pahala area real quick. Pahala area, all the quakes are between about 26 and 37 kilometers down, so I won't mention the depths, and we'll go from there. So anyway, this one 1.9 from 5:41 a.m. Going to zoom in just a little bit more there. There we go. 2.0 from 10:34. Then we've got this 1.8 from 4:47 a.m. We got a 2.0 right there from 23:02 yesterday, and let's move over a little bit. That's right close to Pahala. The other ones are a little further away here. 1.8, 7:48 a.m. for that guy. We'll grab this one out here in the water. 1.9, 5:08 a.m. Then we've got this guy 1.9 from 9:03. And then this 2.1 from yesterday, 21:18. We've got a 2.0, 4:37 a.m. For that guy, a 1.8 from 17:07. Next one is a 2.1 from 6:53 a.m. Then we've got a 2.0 from 8:01. And that is the Pahala area. Sliding up on the hill here, we see on the side of Mauna Loa 1.8, 19:05 was the time on it, 800 meters above sea level. That was yesterday's. And we'll take a look at the swarm over here first. Let's start out with the little one. 0.8, 14:16 was the time on it, 4.6 kilometers below sea level. 1.9 from 12:43, 2.4 kilometers below sea level. 3.7, ooh, that's a little bit bigger, and that was at 1:43 a.m., 3.7 kilometers below sea level. 2.5, that is 10:27, and that is well up into the mountain at 3.1 kilometers above sea level in height. And then we have another 2.7. This one is 3.5 kilometers in height, 5:53 a.m. For that one. Let's take a look at this 1.8 here, and that is 1.8, 7:48 a.m., 1.6 kilometers above sea level. 2.2, 1.6 kilometers above sea level. 1.8. And that is 1:39 a.m. We didn't get the time on this one. 14:57 was the time on it. And this one is from 1:39 this morning, 1.4 kilometers above sea level for that 1.9. 2.2, and that is from 12:38, 900 meters above sea level. And then we have this guy here. I know it's break time. I'm going to finish these quakes and then we'll take the break. So, pardon me. 2.2 and 8:45, 2.5 kilometers above sea level. And that takes care of Mauna Kea. Let's go down here and have a look and see what we've got at Kilauea. This closest one to Kilauea is the only new one here. 2.2, 1800 or 6 p.m. Was the time, 1.6 kilometers below sea level for that guy. And the only other one that we see is this one out here in the water, 2.7, 10:26 a.m., 58.6 kilometers down, quite a ways down. And that is it for our earthquakes there in Hawaii. And I am going to go take a 5-minute or so break. I'm going to put our canned lava back on, and we will be back shortly, you guys. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. We are trying to hit that target of 100 or a little bit higher, and that is when the YouTube analytics really take off. So help us out, and of course it is free, completely free, to hit that like button. And also, if you're sitting on the sidelines and you're enjoying the show and you don't want to miss any more of them, please do hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all, guys. All of you guys still here, and guys, gals, everyone else, and all the others. And thank you, Sue and Leo and Scott Hartman and Oz and Kevin Haynes. And that is awesome. I'm waiting for Sharon Stewart to say, I hear you. And there it is. I hear you, DrFox2000. I'm still waiting for that recording. Oh, too much fun. Anyway, awesome. And David is giving a check mark to the audio. And of course, that's because of my good looks, of course. Anyway, we'll carry on with what we were doing. We'll turn off our canned lava again. And we'll go over and have a look at the rest of the earthquakes around the world. And we'll see what's going on. So, where did we leave off? We left off at Hawaii, of course. And we had seen this big one here before. And now we have this one here in Mexico. And that is a 6A filming still here. Good stuff. We have a 6.1, and that is the Baja de Quino, Mexico area. And there you can see it is right on the Imperial Quake. And for those people who get a little confused with the why I'm calling it the Imperial Quake, this is the end of San Andreas Fault right here. As soon as it gets into the lake, the Imperial Fault starts on the other side of that lake and continues on down southward. And I don't know exactly if this is the one here. And of course, then we get down to the Cocos plate down here, which is a little bit different as well. And there it is, yeah, Imperial Fault there. So that is the Cocos Fault. That is, of course, the Cocos plate subducting underneath the North American plate, as well as the other little microplate here. Can't remember the name of it. Darn it. That's okay, though. Anyway, fair-sized quake right there, and that is all cool. We did have a couple more quakes down here close to El Salvador, I guess it is, and there it is. There's one is a 4.2, and that happened at 30 minutes after midnight, 44.7 kilometers down. The other one here is a 5.7, and that was actually from yesterday at 22:26, 56.6 kilometers down, sliding down the coast a little bit more, having a look and see. We got a small one here in Peru. 4.5. Yesterday's from 2340, 156.4 kilometers down. And then we have the other one here, 5.0 in Chile, 8:39 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy. And I think that's actually in the water. Yeah, it is too. So there we go. Zooming back out, sliding over to New Zealand and having a look there. Quiet in New Zealand, but once we get around the Fiji area and Tonga, we see some quakes. 5.1 here in Fiji at 1:34 a.m., 537 kilometers down for him, and then 5.3, and that was from 1815, and that is 378 kilometers down. The one here in Tonga would be 4.6. 9:17 a.m., 220.5 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding over a little bit and taking a look at Papua New Guinea, and we see a 4.5, 11:28 a.m., and that is 82 kilometers down. This guy here, 4.4 in Indonesia, 1:18 a.m., 26.1 clicks down. And some more activity right around Dakono and Ibu and Dakono over there. Anyway, 5.0, and that was yesterday's from 2058, 64 kilometers down. Then there was this guy here, 4.6, from today at 10:58 a.m. 219.6 kilometers down in the deep stuff. And beside Japan, we have a 4.3, 4:50 a.m., 70.3 kilometers down in that subduction zone. And everything else looks pretty clear, not till you get up to, where is this? Kazakhstan, 4.1, and 18:08 was the time, at 12.9 kilometers down for that guy. Let's leave that be. We'll go over, and we already looked at the Azores, so we're going to look at the Canary Islands now, and we'll see what that looks like as far as quakes. I'm going to refresh that. So we are on a current map, and we see the star flashing there on La Palma. I am going to zoom out. We're just going to check here on the end of the East Azores ridge, or fault, I should say. And this is an older one. No, that's a brand new 2.5 1707 UTC, and that is what we're seeing there. So a little bit of activity there, and let's zoom into La Palma, our favorite place, and how the European Hawaii, as they call it. Anyway, we do see that star flashing, and of course that is a 1.3, happened at 23:54. And the depth on that is, where is the depth on that? I don't see it. 1.3, is that one? Yeah, that's that one. 10 kilometers down, you guys. So looking though to see what we've got this 1.4, 14 kilometers down, 17 a.m. For him. Let's get rid of this. You can't see the dot. You should be able to see the dots when I cover over it. And that one is in a really weird place. Seeing it right there, I haven't seen a quake there yet, and that is actually pretty weird. Anyway, 14 kilometers down for that. 1.5 is from 2252, and that is in the old flow areas, and that is 9 kilometers down. And then we've got a 1.4, and that is right next to it, and that is from 2342, 11 kilometers down for him. And then of course the star flashing there is that 1.3 from 2354. So that's it for our stuff in the Canary Islands. Having a quick look, I'm going to refresh this map, and we'll take a look here and see what we've got for anything new on our volcano map. And this one is usually fairly quick. We can get through this, so nothing too special. I do see on this is a little odd up here, a couple earthquakes, 4.8, and that is what island is that? Melville Island region, and that is a 4.8 way up there, 10 kilometers down, and the other one is a 4.7. So up in northern Canada, a couple of quakes up there, and odd place to see them, but they have happened, and they will continue to happen, I'm sure, in the future. Looking at our stuff here, so our two in Iceland are still there, the two in the Azores are there. Michael Volcano, I'm surprised we're not seeing any earthquakes around it right now. I'm sure we'll see a few in the near future. And of course our Ring of Fire, looking at pretty normal, nothing too severe, and like really Popocatépetl there, and of course Guatemala, Fuego, Recon, where's it? I'll get on them. Tercera, the yellow one, and Messiah, and of course Recon del La Vieja in that area. And then of course nothing new Seven Kaya still working away. That's where all these other quakes are happening, which is pretty normal. And let's go over quick peek at New Zealand. Tapau still there, White Isle volcano still there as a yellow, and Home Reef and Taufua still there in our wonderful Tonga area. Vanuatu still has his guys, and they changed one of these from, I thought yesterday this guy was a yellow, and that's Langilla. Langilla is now an orange. But he looked better as a lemon. Okay, never mind. Luolatak right there, and then of course Raung and Semeru, Merapi, and Krakatau doing their thing. And there's Ibu and Dakono still working away. There's those quakes that we mentioned that were right there. And nothing new here in the Philippines. Mayon and Bubulusan still working away. Taal still considered an orange. And of course, Nishimoshima on its own little island there doing its thing is still an orange. And then of course we got Suwanoshijima and Sakurajima there as the red ones in Japan. Looking at what we've got on the Kamchatka Peninsula, Karimsky still an orange, Bezimiani and Shivalesh are still there. And I'm surprised Alade is still sitting there. Chikarachki and Ibiko. Ibiko, of course, one of those long-time old favorites, and that one didn't go away at all. Erebus down here is in the only one active in the Antarctic right now, and then Heard Island volcano, and then we zoom in here. Reunion Island, we've got Piton del La Formes volcano, and it is still there. And of course, our DR Congo guy is still there. Ertael still doing his thing, and we don't see anything new here from Etna, Volcano, or Stromboli, and then Campi, of course, being up there. Never see anything from that one. And back to Iceland, Grimsvatn and Asja. So that is it for those guys. And we will pop over to our weather map real quick, if we can find it. And there is our SO2 map, and we're going to refresh that. I don't like that. Snow. It's coming. It hasn't started yet. And on Monday, more snow. Great. Thanks, weatherman. Anyway, there is our updated, fresh SO2. And that is what we're seeing. We still see all this stuff. It looks like the Chinese stuff is coming up here too. But Kamchatka Peninsula looks like it's heading into Russia and then curving back over and hitting a very fast jet stream and trying to bring it all over to North America. Not bad up in the Alaska or Yukon, Northwest Territories, and even in Nunavut a little bit in the corner there. We do see a little bit of an increase here in the northern parts of British Columbia, but that's okay. Alberta, shameful, because I'm in Edmonton and we've got oil refineries, and that's why we're seeing these. There's also oil refinery, there's a pulp plant here. And that would be either a Grand Cache or Grand Prairie's up a little more. That'd be somewhere around Grand Cache or thereabouts. Pardon me. Anyway, northern Saskatchewan's got a little bit there. I'm not sure where this plume is coming from, south in the bottom end of Saskatchewan, and sliding over a little bit further and getting into Ontario. We see everything kind of curving up here with the jet stream. Right now it's dipping down and coming across Texas and then pushing up. And pardon me, hang on. All right, I got that fixed up. That is actually the shear line that you'll see on the weather map right away, where this thing is kind of divided, and everything on this side is a lot warmer than this side. So this is the cold stuff, the clear stuff. But looking at what we see, Ontario and coming up through Quebec, and then trying to push its way out and hitting Newfoundland a little bit, and the portions of Quebec, looks like even a little bit here in New Brunswick, not so bad in Nova Scotia as far as what we see. Sliding a little further south, we see down here the circulations are weird right now. Looks like we've got multiple systems circulating in different patterns, and it's kind of pushing everything from Mexico upward. Normally that stuff is out to the Pacific, but we're seeing the different wind currents. And then of course down south a little bit further, Central America, we're still seeing it pop into the Pacific, but being a little bit on the stagnant side. And then normal stuff till you get down to about here, where it's flowing back into the continent of South America, and out back into the Atlantic Ocean. I'm not sure what is going on here as far as circulations, some really odd stuff. The way the winds are going right now, we see this kind of pulling out, but we also see it pushing across the bottom end of the continent there. Zooming out a little bit, we want to see what's coming from New Zealand. White Isle volcano still doing its thing. And Leo must have had his barbecue on, because there's a really big cloud here. Leo, did you do that? Anyway, it looked so nice yesterday with just a very, very tiny plume. And now Leo must have the day off and barbecued a whole bunch. Anyway, we do see up here north of Sydney. Sorry, Doc. Yeah, I knew it. He's cooking up a storm again, and there we go. We are not bad there, going up. We already got White Isle, a volcano, and then of course Tofua here in Tonga, and Vanuatu are still pretty normal. Same thing with what we're seeing there in Papua New Guinea, and Luolatok making this one, Semeru right here where that 28 is, and then of course Merapi would be over on the other side here, and then Krakatau over here. But Jakarta definitely is helping. A lot of people pollution in there, and sliding up, going Ibu and Dakono, still a very, very heavy red spot there today, and very high levels. And I don't know if we can move that a little bit. Yeah, very, very high levels of SO2 in that area. Hopefully that'll clear up a little bit. And let's take a look here. Mayon and Bulusan are working on that plume. And we have some of that from a Taal volcano here. But also you got to remember, Manila is right here, and there's a lot of people in this area. So we have people pollution as well. Industrial pollution from Taiwan and China. And looking down here real quick, and Subanosi-jima would be down here, and a lot of this would be coming from Sakura-jima, and that's what we've got there, sliding up to the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looks like our guys down on the island aren't doing as much, but we are certainly seeing some stuff coming from not Kamchatka. Oh, hang on. Never mind. Mental block. Anyway, we see it here. This is pretty normal. Shivlesh being up on the top, and Bezimiani in the middle. Karimsky. There we go. I had to work that out in my mind. Sometimes it comes real quick. Other times there is just a delay. I don't know why. And must be age. Down here, South Africa, still a little bit there. Not seeing very much coming off of Reunion Island, and surprised at that, but that is okay. And of course, DR Congo, we've got 2 volcanoes and a coking field over there. And then, of course, Erta Ale making a little bit of this, but majority is from the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq, as well as over here in Iran. And we slide over and take a look and see what's going on with the weird patterns. So yesterday, this stuff was all down here. That is from Etna. It was pushing it south. Today, those winds are taking it back up north, and that's what we see there. So not a heck of a lot coming from Etna. The smoke we seen today didn't have as much SO2 in it, but still some. And we also see here that would be a Stromboli and a Volcano doing their thing. And it is break time, you guys. One last place to check, and that, of course, is Iceland. Hardly anything coming from Iceland, and we're not going to worry about those guys. They're all good. So when we get back, we will go have a look at our weather map. And for right now, what I'm going to do is take a 5 or 6 minute break and let my voice rest a little bit, and then we will get back at the weather and do the whole thing. What? Suhays further west along a lakeshore. Okay, some other conversation I don't need to know about. All right, canned lava. There we go. I got you back on there. And I will turn the music on for those good people who are here. I see we are at 91 likes. If you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please help us out. We're trying to get over that 100 mark. And that is when the YouTube analytics really take off and take over. So please give it a shot if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're sitting on the sidelines and you have not yet subscribed to the channel, by all means give it a quick bop, turn that red button to gray, and also don't forget to hit the bell notification if you haven't done so. That way you won't miss any of the wonderful streams. And it is a daily stream, as well as we have a 24-hour stream, which is basically the Bunny Cam and Skywatch on the regular one. So having said all that, I'm going to go take a break and keep smiling. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Thanks. go. What do you mean you're scared? You hate wind? Wind is here to stay, C&D boy. Anyway, thank you everyone for the welcome backs from Leo, and you don't need that much damage again, C&D boy. No, you don't. And thanks Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and Cananaska's Country. Welcome. Glad to have you guys on board. And I'm waiting for Sue to say, I hear you, DrFox2000. I'm sure that's coming. Anyway, let's pop over to our, I'm going to park our canned lava here, though. Let's pause that. Paused canned lava. Okay. Somewhere thereabouts. Okay, that's all right. On a rock on the coast. Yep. The rockin' coast. That's where he is. Anyway, get over there to our weather map, and we'll see what that rockin' coast is. And he's sitting right in the lines of fire for a storm. So there we go. The weather map on the channel or on the screen. And we are looking at North America first off. Remember what I said about the SO2 shear line on that map where we have the big cut? Well, here we'll pop it over there, so you can kind of see where the line is along here, where that real quick shear is going on, and that is the same thing on this map. And it's warmer on this side, colder in the rest, and not good. That cold should be going up, way up north again, rather than continuing to creep south. Anyway, looking at Alaska, some places are minus 23, 24, and some places same thing as the Yukon, and that's what we're seeing right now up in northern portions of Northwest Territories, and Nunavut doing the same thing. Minus 33 degrees up there, and some of the islands, and too cold. Looking at what we see in Iceland, or sorry, Greenland. I still say they got it named backwards. This should be Greenland, this should be Iceland. And minus 35 degrees Celsius down on the bottom here, so very cold for those guys. Zooming in a little bit, we see a nasty low right there. We see this low right here. This high, of course, here's that other shear line, and there, that cold air is bombarding everything on Vancouver Island, and of course the northern portions of the coast of Canada, and also the United States, and going down all the way to I guess the cutoff line would be right around just north of Portland here, so not bad. Anyway, looking at Edmonton, showing as 0 degrees right now, and expecting snow, and that is probably going to come from the southeast this time. We'll see what happens. A little bit warmer in the bottom southern end of the province. Saskatchewan not faring so good today, minus 10 in some spots. And even up in the northern portions are a little bit warmer than their central region. Down on the bottom here, where Swift Current is, probably about minus 1, minus 2. Looking at real quick here in northern Manitoba, pretty darn cold, minus 12 in some of those areas. Winterpeg coming in at about 0 degrees, same as Edmonton right now. And here we see that shear line going across, and you can see what's warm and what's cold. And northern Ontario, very cold, and lowest temps about minus 8, but there are varying temperatures throughout. Starts to get a little bit warmer once you get a little closer to the Great Lakes, and there you can see what we got. Toronto coming in at about 13 degrees. Down here in Detroit, it's about 17 right now, so down on the bottom end, looking not bad. A little cooler in Montreal, 14, 11 in Quebec, but that warmth is still pushing up there, and that is thank you to this high temperature zone that is helping reinforce that stuff that is coming up and getting pushed up along that shear line. And looking at New Brunswick, it's not bad, 13, 14, 11 in the low places. I seen a 15 in there as well. And a little cooler out here in Nova Scotia, and Cole Harbor, 13 degrees right now, thanks Sue. And we take a look out here in Newfoundland, though, they're a few degrees cooler again, and that is kind of because they're getting some of this other air from that low. I don't know, maybe it's still warming up there, I guess. Give it a little time, it'll warm up a little more. And of course, a Newfoundland Labrador area here, ranging in various temperatures. Up top, very cold, bottom end, fairly warm. Looking at the west coast, or actually, let's go from basically all the cold stuff. It's kind of all in the same zone right now. We do see out here in Portland that they're at 13, 14 degrees. That's not so bad. And sliding down here. Whoops, I went for coffee. I hear you, Dr. Fox. Okay. Is it a good coffee, Sharon? That is the important part. Anyway, looking at the western coastline, it is starting to warm up again, which is really nice for them. And about 13, 14 in LA. Portland was about 14 as well, so not bad. And looking at what we've got, Death Valley, 17 degrees Celsius, and that would be somewhere around here, 17, 18 in that area. Mexicali only about 16 right now. Phoenix starting to warm up again. They are at 13. Tucson still hanging in at 10. Hopefully they'll get some more of that warm air pushing in and keeping them a little bit warmer. And we see the pretty much 2/3 of Arizona very, very cold right now. New Mexico, forget it, 9 degrees Celsius below zero. So they are getting some cold temps there in New Mexico. And of course, Colorado has got some really awesomely cold temperatures. Depending on where you are, up down to minus 17 in some spots, and not so good. Denver coming in at about 2 Celsius right now. And looking at Texas, bottom end, where that shear line is, anything below that is showing 26, 27. A little cooler the further north you go, but yeah. Boy, it really cools off real quick. Looks like Oklahoma getting pretty cold as well. Same thing goes for Kansas here. So keeping with, Arkansas is lucky. They've got that western side covered, and they're pretty warm there for this time of year is good. And sliding over in Mississippi, Louisiana, and of course Alabama, not bad temperatures. A little cooler in the northern parts of Georgia, down here, and pretty looks like pretty windy from what I see here coming into Florida, but that's okay. And then going up a little further, South Carolina, coming in anywhere from about 21 degrees. So roughly about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, down to about, 65 thereabouts. Rayleigh coming in at 18, so that's about 67 degrees Fahrenheit right now, roughly, give or take a little bit. A little cooler in the Appalachians, of course, and Virginia coming in at 17, Richmond 17. Baltimore only about 15, and Philadelphia about 16 right now. What's New York at? 15 degrees Celsius. Boston be a little cooler? No, 15 as well. And we see the heat pushing up against the Great Lakes there, so that'll likely create some wet weather for those guys. And of course, you see the wind currents here completely changed around from what we used to get. It used to all blow northward from here. It is now going south, and that is an oddity. We still have Lisa. Lisa made it over top of the Yucatan Peninsula and is now sitting here in the Gulf of Mexico, and I don't know if it's going to make landfall again in Mexico, but hopefully it does. Hopefully it doesn't decide to go north. And Caribbean, not bad temperatures. We do have another storm forming right here, right here near Panama and Costa Rica, so they're likely going to get some more stuff there. There's another one sitting here, and we'll see what happens with that. Sliding out a little bit, looking at the Amazon, and that's not bad. Actually, most of South America, not bad. The cold area, of course, is down on the bottom portions of Brazil here, and it even actually warms up a little bit when you get into Uruguay, but right here 9 degrees burr. Anyway, Rio de Janeiro coming in at 16 degrees, and I don't know, this low is trying to bring warmth in, this high is bringing in cold air, and that is what is causing that. We do see some reasonable temperatures throughout Argentina, so that's not bad. And the coastline here for Chile, well, Chile is Chile, no matter what we do. And looking real quick at what we've got here, that high is moved over. We have a low sitting on top of New Zealand's South Island, and that is keeping things fairly moderate, I guess. Anywhere from about 17 to 11 degrees, 10 degrees on the bottom end here. North Island looking a little bit warmer, 19, 20, out in the peninsula about 19, and most of it not too bad as far as temperatures. Madagascar definitely warmed up a whole bunch. We are seeing 15, 16, all the way up to about 19 degrees. Hobart coming in at about 14. There's Leo's place. No wonder he had a barbecue. 19 degrees Celsius out, and that is awesome. Adelaide coming in at 20, Sydney coming in at about 20, and with the area around at 21, 22, not bad. Home of Oz, 23 degrees Celsius seems to be the nice place to live. Nice temperatures there. Sliding over real quick, having a look at Perth, 19 degrees for them, and we see a lot of heat developing in our Australian area. Up here in the top, 39 degrees Celsius. That is got to be the hot spot for today. I don't know if I've seen any other warmer temperatures when I was looking on the map, so 39 is pretty good for the hot spot. Definitely hotter than Death Valley by far. And looking in our Indonesian, Malaysian, and Philippine area, well, have a look there. Leo said 21 degrees there in Melbourne, and that's actually pretty nice there, Leo. 27, 28 in Bangkok, roughly in that area. And yep, 27, 59% the relative humidity. Must be dry as a bone there for those guys. We see a 04S out here as one of the storms. We do see another low right here, and we'll see what happens. That's in the Indian Ocean. Don't see any storms directly affecting anything here right now, but I'm sure we'll be able to see that on the precipitation map right away. Another low, another big shear line right there, and you can see it going up. Here's this fast moving low trying to pull all that cold air down from that high, and we see it mixing. It must be pretty stormy out here, and that is that other shear line. And I don't know, boy, those things, you know, whenever you see that, I'd hate to be flying across that or even a boat across there, because you know the difference is for whatever distance that you're traveling across it, it's going to be rough. Anyway, looking at Japan, bottom end only coming up to about 19 degrees right now. And as soon as you get north of Osaka, you're down to single digits. And up on the top end here, all the way down to 1 degree. Kamchatka Peninsula, yeah, well, it's a little warmer than yesterday. Only a -1 in some of the high areas, -5. But the coastal areas just low single digits, and that may be because this low is working here, or that low here, bringing all that warm air up via the shear line. And sliding over into the Indian Ocean, we already mentioned this guy. That looks like a double whammy here, and this low also sitting out there. Not bad looking for temperatures in India for nighttime. Bottom end of Africa, actually very warm in consideration of what we've seen in the last little while. 17 in Cape Town, not bad for nighttime temps. And Madagascar looking a lot warmer. And I keep looking at that Madagascar going, nice temperatures, especially on this side. And that might be a place to live. Anyway, looking at what we see in the rest of Africa, not bad. It looks like the Sahara is actually starting to warm up again a little bit, which is really nice. It's been pretty cold for the most part. Cairo, only 15 degrees, 16 degrees. Not very warm for Cairo, Egypt. And then we're seeing Yemen, Oman, fairly low in temperatures, even in Saudi Arabia, only 22, 23, and UAE topping out at about 25, with the about 21 as their lower temperatures. Then sliding across the water real quick into Iran, we see their coastal areas aren't bad. Chantal Cakes 808 about your wonderful family here. So, okay, if she pops in, say hi. Will do, Kathy, and thank you very much. Well, I do appreciate that. That's awesome. Looking at Iraq, they are warm in the top or bottom, cold in the top. And Syria has got some cold single digits as well in there. Turkey, eastern portion of Turkey, 2-3 degrees below zero. And we get into the western part, it starts to warm up real quick. And just wondering what the temperature is there in Kos, looking at about 19 or 20 degrees. And thank you, Leo, and that'll work, and we'll see what it is. 18 degrees there for Piggy right now in on the island of Kos. Crete looking like pretty good for the most part. Here's another shear line. Why is everything so cut-like today? And really, the weather has gone weird. Global warming. Let's blame global warming. Or climate change. Anyway, Sicily, looking at some cooler temps there, lots of wind, bottom end of Italy on the boot, a little warmer on the sole and the heel, but as soon as you start getting up in the northern portions, single digits in the higher elevations, a little warmer on the coastlines. And even new Irish Monkland is getting some very cold temps there, seeing 13, 14, 15 around the coastal areas and the higher elevations, single digits in a lot of places. And yep, Spain cooled off, and so did Portugal. They've got a cold snap happening there, and we see some very cold temps and 0 in some places, in Spain, and that is rare, and it's cold. And of course, we see what's happening in France as well. Single digits for the most part, and not so good. And looking at Switzerland, we do see 4, 5, 6 degrees. Munich, München coming in at 4 degrees. Frankfurt, 8 grad or 8 degrees. Cologne coming in about 7 or 8 as well. Berlin, 8 degrees right now. And Hamburg is 6, and that's not very warm. And of course, we've got Amsterdam coming in at about 7 degrees, Brussels about 6 there in Belgium, Luxembourg about the same temperature, 6, 7, and not bad for this time of year though. The coastal areas here in Holland a lot warmer. We'll catch England in a second. Not bad out here in Denmark, the western side a little bit warmer than the east, but not so bad. And then looking at Copenhagen, about the same as, actually a little warmer than Hamburg, so that's not bad. Stockholm coming in at about 9 today, and Oslo about 8. And we see that low part in here. That is one of those 3 lows that we were watching before. There's the other 2. I knew they were there. And then you've got that massive low out here. This guy is just mean. That was that storm, and we'll see what happens with that. Just a quick peek up on the top end of Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Kind of variable temperatures depending on where you are, but all low single digits for the most part, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Looking at England, the warmer places would be down on the south, looks like 12, 13 degrees on the bottom end. Doolin would be coming in around 9, 10 degrees right now. That's home of Irish monk, and of course this is what we call old Irish monk land. And looking at Wales, the coastline a little bit warmer, and England for the most part a little on the chilly side of 5 degrees there. Getting up into Scotland, a little bit cooler in most places, but they do still have some warm spots as well. Quick peek at what we've got in Iceland. Iceland, which should be called Greenland, and we call Reykjavik coming in at 4 Celsius, and all that cold air being blown in here, and that's why it is so cold. It needs jet stream, or not jet stream, but Gulf Stream air from the south. Let it warm up, and Ragnar area would be around 4 or 5 degrees and windy right now from the looks of things. So let's zoom back out, and we see that nasty low right there, and that was that storm. They took the name off of it, but that was what it was, and it's working its way over. We'll see where it ends up now. It's probably going to head in here, and we'll see. It's gonna, a low is attracted by a low, so it'll likely follow the lows, and we'll see, because down here we got highs, and they're going to keep pushing it, and we'll see where it goes. Kevin Haynes says, Dr. Fox and Mods, good night all. Take care, Kevin. All the best to you, and thank you for being here, and thanks for gifting those 5 memberships. I haven't seen anyone get one yet, but you know, if nobody gets them, you get your money back anyway, so it's all cool. Anyway, put it on precipitation and take a look at what we've got coming. And here's what Bob is complaining about, all that nasty wind and weather. And down here from about Eugene on up, and getting all the way up to about the Queen Charlotte Islands. That is where we're seeing that nasty stuff come in, and that is almost like 2 different wave fronts. We see this other stuff coming through Idaho right now and into Montana, and that is also here in Alberta already, and we see that coming, and it will likely affect us. Right now, it looks like it's being pushed back a little bit, and hopefully it'll stay away, but we're supposed to get snow from now on till tomorrow night, but we'll see what happens. Sliding over a little bit into the eastern portions here, top end of Manitoba getting snow, not a surprise. And here's that darn shear line all the way from Texas all the way up, and watch out for twisters down in these areas. With the different types of winds, you got a wind pushing north, you got cold air coming south, so you got hot, cold, and then stuff coming from the side. That is wonderful to create twisters and tornadoes, so be careful out there, you guys. And we see, and this will likely pass through Chicago, Tom Dice's area soon as well. Seeing northern Ontario or central northern Ontario getting nailed, as well as Quebec, and then going all the way out here to, I guess we call that the Davis Strait. And wow, lots of stormy stuff going on. Yeah, it doesn't look like good weather. And there's our snow in Yellowstone right there. So looks like Idaho is getting the brunt of what we see there, in addition to what's happening in Washington and northern portions of Oregon. And not so much, well, yeah, down here, Texas, and I guess, hang on, which one's first, Louisiana or Mississippi? No, Louisiana, then Mississippi, right? And that's what we're seeing there. Oklahoma too, and yeah, you won't be in Kansas anymore, Toto. Seeing what we've got coming in here with that high, Florida is getting some clouds and stuff moving in, and looking at Central America, we see what we've got there. Not so good. It looks like we got some storms happening here in well, it passed Costa Rica. Well, Costa Rica is still being affected, but Dominican Republic and those areas are getting nailed. So Caribbean, not a good place to be. Same thing with Central America. We see that right there. And not so bad in the top end of our rainforest in Brazil, and that's not bad, and looks pretty darn good for the rest of South Africa, or South America, I should say, not South Africa. No rain, or very little rain in New Zealand right now. It does look, though, like we have got a storm coming in, and I'm not sure if that's going to hit Tonga and that area. Looks like Fiji's got some rain there as well. And looking at nothing in Tasmania, very little rain down here in around Leo's area, and that's probably good right now. Let it dry up a little bit. Brisbane looking clear as well, same as Sydney, and all that heat keeping all that moisture out of there right now. And looking at our stuff here in the Indonesian, Philippine, and that area, Malaysian area, it is looking pretty nasty. Multiple storms that are happening, smaller scale storms, so, and that this one here developing 04S, it's not good. Hopefully that'll be okay. And sliding up a little bit, looking at Japan, western side of Japan getting a little bit of rain, not that bad. And then another one of those shear lines going all the way up and hitting up at the very top end of the Kamchatka Peninsula. This low here, though, is going to pull down and put some more snow in there for those guys. Sliding over a little bit more, looking at what we've got going on here in the Indian Ocean. Not too bad for some storms. Africa, Congo area, rain. South Africa got a little bit of rain down here as well. Not anything major from the looks of it. And then looking at Piggy's area, we don't see any rain coming for Piggy. And the winds are blowing from the south northward, so all that rain is not happening. And boy, I'm glad you're not in Italy. Be thankful you're not in Italy today. We see that, and of course all the way up here, boy, these poor people. Storms, lots of them. And even New Irish Monkland is getting some western side storms, and not good. Spain looks pretty clear. Most of France looks clear until it gets towards the mountain regions. Switzerland definitely getting some stuff. Half of Germany has got some rain as well. And then we see this other shear line here again. And Poland getting a lot of that, as well as going up into Sweden, Oslo, Norway, with Oslo getting a bunch of rain. Not bad in Denmark though. Denmark's got a little bit of rain, and that's to be expected. And here is what we're seeing in Ireland, and not good. And that is all compliments of this low. And that low, until it moves, it's going to continue to bring all that moisture in. As soon as it grabs any of that warmer air down here from this high, it's going to create more and more moisture, and that is not good for those good people. And looking at Iceland, see how much rain and snow they've got down on the bottom here. A little bit of snow, some ice rain in a couple spots. But Reykjavik and the peninsula looking pretty good right there. And that has got to move. This has got to move, and that has got to move. And then we'll all be good, right? We hope. And there's Lisa still waiting to go back into the Gulf. And hopefully it'll hit land and dissipate. And that's what we're hoping for. I just wanted to take a look at Hawaii real quick. We see that massive high right here, and Hawaii is getting some stormy stuff as well. Kathy, are you getting rain right now? I'm just wondering, because there are a lot of showers showing in your area, according to this map. So I'm wondering, weather Mauna Loa. Okay, I'm just wondering if you're getting it. Doesn't say anything about rain. Estimated conditions are cloudy with a temperature of 65 degrees. And according to this, it says it's thunderstorming there. And it looks like a rain on the eastern corner here. So hopefully, and we see some rain on Maui as well, and even on the Oahu. So all the islands seem to be getting a little bit of rain right now. Anyway, let's find the cold temperature, the coldest temperature on the planet. It is time for that, since we've gone around the world and looked at all the horrible stuff. Let's cheer ourselves up by finding the coldest temperature on the planet, and be very thankful that we are nowhere near it. I see minus 57 so far, and we'll take a look and see if we can find anything a little cooler. Minus 54, there's a high here, that's a little warmer. That low though might be where we'll find something a little cooler, but I think that is about where we're at. Minus 50 something, 53, 54, now 57. Let's zoom in there a little bit and just scout around. Minus 58, there we go. Minus 58 degrees Celsius is what we've got. And yeah, I don't see anything colder, so that's where I'm going to stay, minus 58 degrees Celsius. And Sue Hayes, coldest temp I found, minus 58 degrees Celsius, same as Kananaskis. Zoom in on minus 57. No, I did, and I got minus 58. It's a tie. It's a tie. It's a cold tie. And I don't know. Not that I'm worried about tying. Yeah, it's cold. Minus 58 degrees Celsius. And the hottest temperature, of course, is in Australia. So that is where we're at. And Australia with 39 degrees Celsius. And the low temperature being Antarctic with minus 58. And how the heck does that work? They get everything on that southern hemisphere. Those guys, they're hoarding it, just like they are hoarding kangaroos. All right, I'm going to leave it as that, you guys. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. This has been a wonderful stream. Of course, Friday, and happy weekend to everyone. Please remember, tomorrow's stream starts 3 hours earlier. It is Saturday tomorrow, and that is what we want to be able to do. So keep smiling, be good, and let's get back onto some canned lava here. Big thank yous go out to Lizoid for his wonderful super chat, and to Oz for gifting the first one membership, and Kevin Haynes for gifting 5 memberships, and then Thor for his wonderful super chat, and then Oz again for gifting another 1 membership. And I actually only see one new one listed here. Hey, is there anyone who hasn't hit the like button yet? I see we're still at 97 likes. We need to get over that. Doc is going strong. Thanks, Tom, and I hope you got everything fixed up there, or at least to the point where you can relax a little bit now, Tom. I know you've gone through a major headache there with the water pipes bursting and all that stuff. And Serotonin, thank you for being here, okay? And again, anyone who hasn't hit that like button yet, please give it a bump. We need to get over that 100 mark. All right, on that friendly note, it is time to wrap things up. I want to say thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, and those others that are in the background, like Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and possibly Lucas Snow, and as well as Joseph Fields. Be good, all you guys, and thank you. Hey, I see we're at 99 now on my screen. That is awesome, you guys. One more, and we'll be over that, or at that 100 mark. That'd be awesome. Anyhow, it says 100 there. Well, it says 99 on mine, and I don't know why mine is always one less on here than everybody else's. That doesn't make sense. No, I don't hit the like button on my own stream, although I should. I like it. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there, you guys. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Have a very wonderful evening, or a day, depending on where you are, or a very good morning. And take care of yourselves, and please, most of all, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Good night. Oink, oink.